the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Williams, who's standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Tanika Williams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for preliminary examination. I'm sorry, this is the time set for final brief trial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness in this matter did not appear today. I did have conversations with her last week in which she indicated that she had a work conflict that precluded her from being here today. She is very much willing to participate in the proceedings. She just couldn't be here today due to a work conflict. I have extended an offer to the defense. It's my understanding that they are going to be requesting a dismissal at this time. The complaining witness in this matter is in contact and is willing to participate. There is no court rule that requires her to be present here today, so I'd be requesting that the case continue to jury trial.
Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Ms. Williams had her own work conflict today. She's still appeared. Ms. Williams is going to ignore a subpoena to be here today because it doesn't, she prefers to go to work instead. I don't know why that would be any different in the future. So I would ask this matter be dismissed at this time.
All right, this is the final pretrial set based on the assistant prosecutor's representations that this should go on to jury trial. We'll leave it on for jury trial at this time. So jury trial is set for September 23rd at 8:30 at 8 o'clock. Since looks like we have everybody on board. So jury instructions will be due a week earlier it'll be the 16th. Jury instructions will be due, and then I'll be notified. I won't be in the state, but I'll be notified as to whether the jury instructions were submitted. Anything else for the record in 2402-173? Ms. Wilson.
Have the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, yeah.
All right, Ms. Williams, we'll see you on the 23rd at 8 o'clock for jury trial. Mr. Lees.
Your Honor, I just wanted to check in and report. I was tested positive for COVID this morning, so I am here to assist in any way that I can. There are several people that I have talked to and I'm prepared for. However, our office is short-staffed and probably won't be able to get a second person over here till 10 or 11 o'clock. So I was hoping the court might be willing to accommodate my appearance this way and see what we can do.
Absolutely, Mr. Lee. We're willing to accommodate your appearance in this way. We don't have anybody to meet, but if you want to meet with anybody, I don't see anybody here. Sir, do you have a hearing today?
I was subpoenaed for Brian Douglas Thrush.
Perfect.
I saw this yesterday, so I'm
All
a
right.
little lost.
So so Mr. Lee, if you stand by, but we don't have any defendants, and Mr. Goodrich is also here, but we don't have any defendants at this time.
Thrush represents.
Okay,
himself.
if you get somebody that appears by
Found an
Zoom in
attorney that has
particular.
not filed an appearance despite being told to do so.
Who is that? Do we know?
Mr. Rashid.
He's here. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
All right, so Mr. Lee, which cases do you know what cases are ready to go, or do you need to meet with?
Well, I do have Shariva Adams at 8:30, but I have not been able to have contact, so I don't know if she's here yet. I've got Mr. Shively at 9 a.m. We're awaiting a competency report on him, so I think we're going to be okay to move forward. And then after that,
I think Mr. Shively just joined us.
Yes, he did.
I did.
All right. Did you want to meet with Mr. Shively before that pretrial?
No, we spoke, Your Honor. We're prepared to proceed.
All right. All right. And you ready ready on that, Ms. Wilson?
I am.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02639. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Ronald Shively. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Wilson?
Abigail Wilson, for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ronald E. Michael Shively.
And sir, you are Ronald Shively, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today? There seemed to be that we were waiting for a circuit court forensic done by Judge Aquilina, and there was a packet done. It was reset for today's date.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Mr. Shively was sent for competency on his circuit court file, and we are still awaiting that report. At this point, I believe we were going to ask to reset the matter again, and Mr. Lee had a bond motion as well.
All right. And we were set on August 5th. It was at 292 days.
was.
So
Mhm.
now we're set at 30 days, 30 days from that. So we're well into
310.
I would guess,
something?
and it's a 1 year.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shively is awaiting a competency report, has not yet been examined by CFP, but did want to make a motion to on bond to see if he could get a PR bond granted. Mr. Shively reports that he's been sober for almost 2 years now. He completed a rehab program at Holden House and an anger management program with CATS. His current arrangement in regard to the felony file is that he is going to be released into a sober living facility and then placed on probation. So we think that until the test comes and until we can find a way to get this case resolved, a PR bond would be appropriate for Mr. Shively.
Ms. Wilson. Response.
So he's being released into a sober living house, and that is going to be put on bond or probation?
I believe he will be put on probation on the felony file. There were some discussions about mental health court, but it doesn't look like it's going to go that way. It looks like sober living and probation is the way forward there.
Okay. I do believe that he was granted a PR bond on the felony file, so I have no objection to that here, but obviously the probation is contingent upon a plea in circuit, which I don't believe is entered.
So at this time, and this is a stalking and a B&E charge. So this said that this is, I will grant the PR bond to coincide with the felony circuit competency file. So I'll grant the PR bond on this file. But that release is to be coordinated with the felony file to sober living. And then all the pretrial conditions in regards to the stalking remain in place. So that would be the no contact order, the no out of state travel, the no possession of a firearm, the no assaultive behavior. I have originally that there was a GPS monitoring. So Ms. Wilson, is that still a part of the of the conditions.
I would prefer it to be, I don't know where the complaining witness currently resides, so if we can make it for monitoring purpose, that would be preferable.
All right, GPS for monitoring purposes. Essentially, what I'm doing is allowing the PR bond to coincide with the circuit court felony case, which is the evaluation, which is to be done in circuit court for competency in this matter. So the bond is modified to PR to coincide with the circuit court case, and then all the original pretrial conditions are in place, including the GPS for monitoring purposes. How about on the PA 53?
Yeah, that's
just
kind
keep
of
adjourned
been getting adjourned. I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
Right.
He's served more than a 93-day on it, so.
So at this time, Mr. Lee, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the PA 53. All right, so I'll dismiss the PA 53 at this time. We still have the GPS monitoring. The bond's been modified to coincide with the circuit court case in regards to placement and for forensic evaluation. Anything else for the record on 23-02639, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Shively, you should be all set. We'll need a, well, yeah, let's get a date. That's a good idea. That is a really good idea.
October 7th at 9 a.m.
So we're gonna get a date for review in this case, just so we don't, because this is a case that could easily fall through the cracks as it's tailing a felony file. So October 7th
at 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m. So let's set it for a control date just to see where we are in the circuit court forensic interview for October 7th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Anything else for the record at 23-02639, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shively, you're set in this court on this file for October 7th at 9 a.m. However, your bond has been modified to coincide with your circuit court case. All right, sir?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're all set, Mr. Lee. And you're all set, Mr. Shively.
Dwayne, can you hear me? Yeah.
Please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
It's Mr. Rashid, is it not?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. First of all, I am here on behalf of my client, Mr. Thrush, who's seated back here.
He can come up here and sit next to you.
First of all, I want to apologize to the court. It said 8:30. I was out there since 10 after 8. It's been a few decades since I've been up here in this courtroom. And then I saw somebody walking in and out. Finally, I thought, we better get down there and see what's going on.
We're fine, and all the dockets start a little differently. Some start at 8:30, some start at 8. So, but anyway, how are we proceeding today?
I would defer.
Mr. Rashid.
Thank you, Your Honor. The history so far briefly is that there have been a couple of pretrial conferences in this matter. This is listed as the final pretrial conference in this matter. I have attempted to be in discussions with Ms. Wilson. I sent out on August the 24th a detailed letter in terms of what my position is, and to have her review it and then get back with me to see if we could dispose of this matter. I've heard nothing at all. So as we now are here, it's my understanding that this matter is just going to move forward on the trial docket for trial. I will also indicate to the court, as I did in my correspondence, written correspondence to her, that I have received the police cam video that was taken by the officer in charge of the file. Several people were talked to in the video with respect to what happened here that led to the charging of Mr. Thrush in this matter. And I have indicated that I wanted to talk to Ms. Wilson about it, like I say, but we haven't been able to do that, I guess. But there are several people that we believe are raised just eyewitnesses that have not been listed on the charge, on the complaint. And I've asked that various witnesses that you could see on the video cam in the hallway. The incident took place in a hospital setting, that were there and had discussions with the police officer about what they knew about the incident themselves. And I've made the request about to have those names, addresses, and phone numbers of those people obtained, because they're raised just eyewitnesses. They're not listed if we're not able to settle this matter. And I did indicate in that report or request, the letter, that an additional Detective Stephanie Kennedy is listed as a witness. I didn't think I had the information from her, but I have that. So with respect to the discovery that I think is important, I already have that. But I think this is going to take a while, because there are several people that the police officer discussed in the hallway of the hospital as to what they saw. And the video is not totally clear in terms of who those people are at all. But on the video, there is information that was supplied to the police officers as to what they viewed as a state of mind of Mr. Thrush at the time of this incident. I sent medical records to the prosecutor that he was suffering from psychosis, acute psychosis, at the time that this happened. And these witnesses are critical, because they would have viewed Mr. Thrush at the time of, or shortly before, or shortly after it, in terms of what his mental condition was like as far as they were concerned. They are critical for me to be able to move forward with the defense of this case, because I need that information to see if I'm going to seek a defense of insanity, criminal insanity as a defense, or insanity as a defense of this particular case. The long and short of it is simply this, Your Honor. I need to have all that information to serve as a springboard to move forward with witnesses on the case. And of course, as the court would know, all raised just witnesses have to be included. So I need that information. I don't have any of that information. And so it appears that it's going to be headed to a trial in this matter. And as a result of that, I respectfully request that the court intends to schedule this for a trial at this particular point. No, and of course, I don't know, Your Honor, what it's going to do. It's going to be a while. I need to have all of that information available to be able to talk to them. And I also would indicate that I would like to talk to the alleged victim in this matter, either with or without the prosecuting attorney, to see what can be done this. And so I'm handcuffed at this particular point. I've had no discussions. I've always wanted to have discussions how we can handle this case at this point. And without speech making, my client is 57 years old. He has no criminal record whatsoever, it's my understanding. And so if it's insisting that this matter go to trial, this is what is in order, as far as I'm concerned, of discovery, which has to lead to either even further discovery, perhaps, before a trial can happen, in order for a proper defense to be raised on behalf of my client. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As you know, Mr. Rashid, Mr. Conklin can choose to talk to or not talk to. That's completely up to Mr.
Yes,
Conklin.
yes.
So Ms. Wilson response.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did respond to Mr. Rashid at rrleb@yahoo.com on Tuesday, August 27th at 3:53 p.m. I did indicate that I received his medical documentation. I did not agree with his conclusion, and that if he wanted to pursue an insanity defense, there are statutes that allow for that. As far as of now, I've not received any notice of an insanity defense. As to the remaining witnesses, I can look into it and see if we have any information, but if I don't have it at this point, I don't have it. This is a rather old case, so I don't know if that information still exists. It's up to Mr. Conklin whether or not he wants to talk to Mr. Rashid. He is present here in the courtroom. He can make that determination whenever he chooses. And I will note that my communications with Mr. Rashid have been a courtesy, as he is not the attorney of record in this file. There is no appearance.
Yeah, I don't have an appearance on the file. I have an email indicating a limited appearance on the file but I don't have an actual appearance on the file.
Well,
I have a limited appearance for Douglas Rush done by email from rrleb@yahoo.com, but the criminal division never received a formal appearance.
well, Your Honor, I apologize if that's the case, because I thought I did send it. I believe I sent it out. If you don't have it, I'll make sure I send it out right away
All right.
on the file.
Yeah, I have a limited appearance. I hereby file my limited appearance for pretrial only on behalf of the defendant. Let's get a full appearance in so that we can act from there. I'm gonna adjourn this for another final pretrial. Okay, the complaining victim can speak or not, but I do want you to look into the witnesses. If there's res gestae witnesses concerning on the tape, I think if anything, they may not be particular in regards to you calling them as a witness, but Mr. Rashid can certainly have their name and address, which I think is a fair, assuming, and you have a detective on it, on a misdemeanor case.
She is a detective now. She was not at the time. I
All
don't
right.
believe she was a road officer at the time.
All right, so if this has to go, this may have to go to the detective
That's
to
fine.
get the name and number of the res gestae witnesses for the discovery purposes, especially if they ended up on a body cam. I think it's important that we have the name and number of the body cam, but I will set, so one will get the appearance, two, we will adjourn for further final pretrial concerning the more information on the request for discovery, and three, it's completely up to Mr. Conklin whether he chooses to talk to the Mr. Rashid or not. That's completely his call. And we will reset. So discovery is alleged to be outstanding. And we will set for a second final pretrial. I'm assuming that we won't need to subpoena
If I can have his appearance with
Yeah.
him, that'd be fantastic.
Mr. Rash, we generally subpoena the complaining victim for the final pretrial. I don't, and the complaining victim is here. Do you have any objection to Mr. Conklin not being subpoenaed for the additional final pretrial?
It doesn't, no, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
He doesn't have to come for something like that.
All right. So we'll waive the subpoena and the presence of the victim for final pretrial, and we'll set it for additional final pretrial for probably 30 days, I would think. October 7th at 8:30. I figured the longer the better, because then Wendy will, if she chooses to change everything, which she often does at times, that'll give us plenty of time to work with. So we've reset this for October 7th at 8:30. The complaining victim's appearance is waived for the next pretrial. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03062, Ms. Wilson?
Top of the people.
Mr. Rashid?
Oh, Your Honor, but thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll see everybody on October 7th. Thank you for your appearance today. Sir, in post one, can you identify yourself?
Perez, Miguel Perez.
He's
All
got
right.
2 files with us.
All right, Mr. Perez, we can hear you. Stand by. Are you represented by counsel today?
I am not.
All right. Mr. Lee, are you still with us? I see your name.
Sorry, yes, Your Honor, I'm still here.
Would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Perez to take financial application to your agency? He is a 2-count domestic violence and he's incarcerated now. I think he needs an attorney and I don't know if he fits the financial qualifications for your agency. But right now he's set for pretrial and he's not represented.
That would be fantastic. I'd love to do it.
All right. Mr. Perez, and Mr. Perez is in post 1. Mr. Perez, have you made previous application to the public defender's office?
I have not.
Okay, so Mr. Perez is not. So Mr. Lee, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Mr. Perez, and you can take information that you need to, and then we may set it for additional pretrial. All right. So I'm going to place Mr. Post 1 in room 1, and then Mr. Lee, I'll place you in room 1 also.
Very well.
On the record in docket 22-01794, that is people of the state of Michigan versus Kevin Mosher. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Mr. Mosher, who's standing to my right today.
And sir, you are Kevin Mosher, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to have this set for a final pretrial.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set for final pretrial on September 30th at 8:30. The party's requesting a corresponding jury trial, or we'll see that on the final pretrial date.
I would defer.
Why don't we wait until that day?
All right. All right. So we've set for final pretrial on September 30th at 8:30. Anything else for the record on 22-01794, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mosher, we'll see you on that September 30th date. You should get notice from my court officer.
Yeah, just come back. And then we'll see if he's here.
Then who is the
Cots?
Cots? All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02417. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Marshoon Potts. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Potts, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Marshoon Potts, is that correct? Marshawn.
Yes, sir.
Marshawn Potts. All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we'll be requesting a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So we'll set for final pretrial on
September 30th.
September 30th at 8:30. Are we seeking a corresponding pretrial at this time, or we're going to wait and see?
I don't think so.
All right. All right, so we'll set for final pretrial on September 30th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-02417, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Potts, we'll see you on that September 30th.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wilson regarding a couple matters.
All right.
Um,
Identify Emmett County.
Well, the only writ that we have scheduled today was Andrew Wirt.
From the Emmett County Jail, could you please identify yourself?
I'm Brett Mitchell, 10 Open.
Say it again, Brett.
10 Open.
Tenhopen. All right, stand by, Mr. Tenhopen. All right, so Mr. Tenhopen, give me a second. We have had the prosecutor review your case after arraignment. This is set for pretrial. You're in the right place. We may see if the public defender is available to at least make for you to make financial application to. All right.
Your Honor,
I'm just trying to get this over with.
Right. I understand.
It's been 8 years, sir. You know,
Mr. Tenhopen, it appears you're still represented by the public defender's office.
yeah.
You were previously represented and then you had this, you were sentenced in Emmett County. What we're gonna do is we're gonna let the public defender and prosecutor talk on your case, and the public defender will be in contact with you. But we're gonna go ahead and call the case, but you are still represented by the public defender's office on the matter. And so this may resolve itself. And I understand that was your want. But now that the public defender's office has their appearance, I think they'd be reaching out to you in this matter now. And they've indicated that they do have your current placement in the Emmett County system in their records.
Yeah, I just had my arraignment a couple weeks ago.
Right. All right. So let's go ahead and put that on the record. Okay. So we're on the record in docket 1502614. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Brett Tenhopen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in on Mr. Tenhopen's case. He is appearing over Polycom, I believe, from the Emmett County Jail.
And sir, you are Brett Tenhopen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I will indicate my understanding for how this got started, and then you can fill in any blanks or summarize for the record. It's my understanding Mr. Tenhopen was arraigned on August 26th in regards to this file concerning he's presently in custody in the Emmett County jail system. He was previously represented by attorney Stephen Milks, and then that appearance has been ongoing. So now that we have Mr. Tenhopen represented by the public defender's office, it's my understanding there's a request to adjourn this pretrial, have the public defender's office meet with Mr. Tenhopen so that there can be some correspondence concerning the prosecutor's office and the public defender's office, and we will reset this for just a couple weeks in order to have Mr. Tenhopen's any interest represented by the public defender's office. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Tenhopen, what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn this pretrial, and
There ain't no way I can.
you will be contacted by the public defender's office, because we really can't do anything until the public defender's office is back involved, because they still have an appearance on this file, and they will contact you before the pretrial set so that they can indicate what the offer is, and so you'll have some representation in the matter. This is a 1-year charge, I believe.
That sounds correct.
So with the understanding, sir, that you're currently placed in Emmett County, but the public defender's office has that information.
I'm currently doing a year now. I just want to get it over with.
Right, I understand. Yeah, it is a 1 year. It's a 1 year under 2,000. So we'll adjourn the pretrial to
September 30th.
it'll be September 30th at 9 a.m. And Mr. Tenhopen can appear via Zoom.
Yeah.
For that free trial. I don't think that would be an issue. And that would give the public defender's office a chance to contact Mr. Tenhopen in the Emmett County Jail and then relay any information that needs to, for negotiations to continue to circuit court. Anything else? So anything else for the record, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Tenhopen, the public defender's office will be in contact with you in the Emmett County Jail so we can look to resolve this case or set it for final pretrial. All right, sir?
I got a question.
Sure.
Why would it go to circuit court if it's only a misdemeanor?
It doesn't. It won't go to circuit court.
I just
It's a
heard you
1
say-
year and it stays in district court. It stays in my court, sir.
All right.
All right. All right. So the public defender's office will be there to, will be reaching out to you. That's all for the record in 1502614. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all set, Mr. Tenhopen.
If I
Thank
can
you.
have just one, Honor.
Yeah.
So Mr. Van Atten and Mr. Blord, stand by. You're in the right place. It'll be a few minutes before we call your case.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Van Atten. And then we'll go from there. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-962. That is people in the state of Michigan versus Donovan Woods. Would the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Woods, who's standing to my right.
So Mr. Lee, Miss Adams is here. And you can go back to breakout room one, Mr. Lee. We've got you in breakout room one. And then once we are able to put her, we'll put her in with you. All right, sir?
Okay, sounds good, Your Honor.
So you can rejoin room one.
Now, probably is.
All right, Mr. Bloor, you can unmute. We're gonna call your case. Keith Bloor. Thank you, sir. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02530. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Keith Bloor. Parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Bloor, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are Keith Bloor, is that correct? You have to unmute. So we can hear you.
There we go.
There
Sorry
you
about
are.
that.
All right, no worries. So you are Keith Bloor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a request for a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, we've set for final pretrial on
September 30th.
September 30th at 8:30. All right, we'll set for final pretrial on September 30th at 8:30. Mr. Bloor, you'll get notification at your last known address. We have that on Larned Street. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record in 2402-530, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bloor, we'll see you on the September 30th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. You have a great day, sir.
You too. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-110, 2402-111, and 2402-016. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Olivia Shook. Will the parties please identify themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office filling in for John Lee today and representing Ms. Shook, who's standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Olivia Shook, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Ms. Shook is getting some licenses at a animal control event in 2 days. So we'll be requesting a last adjournment for compliance purposes.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, there is a, is that on the 11th?
I believe so.
So we would need a date 2 weeks after the 11th or so, I would think. In that ballpark.
September 30th at 9 a.m.
So it'll be set for September 30th at 9 a.m. So Ms. Shook, please keep in contact. I think Mr. Lee is the public defender signed, but if and whatever comes out of the event on September 11th, there may not be a need for this adjourned pretrial if you get the information and they get it to the prosecutor's office concerning any compliance measures. But keep in contact with Mr. Lee. We've reset this for September 11th at 9 a.m.
September 30th.
I did, what did I say?
The
11th,
which is the
that's
day
the-
she's getting
yeah.
it.
Adjourned to September 30th at 9 a.m. All right, so we've adjourned this to September 30th at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in dockets 2402-110, 2402-111, or 2402-016? Ms. Wilson,
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shook, we'll see on that on that September 30th date. Thank you. I'm assuming he's back. So Mr. Lee, are you back on Mr. Perez?
I apologize. Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right. And Mr. Perez is muted. He's gonna have to unmute.
Go ahead and mute them.
Yeah.
Background noise.
So we'll have to email.
Yeah.
Because they can't
I think the
unmute, they
deputy
can't
has
unmute
to.
themselves.
When I've done it in the past, it seems like there might be like a corrections officer who usually unmutes it
Right.
away,
Right.
but I don't
But
know.
that we'll have to, because there'll be nobody there, right? So they'll have to be told to go and mute it.
Is he in there?
He should be in there. We heard him before. How about,
There we go.
all right, thank you. All right, Mr. Perez, we're gonna call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-00289 and 24-01055. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Miguel Perez. This time set for pretrial in the matter, and I'll make a record that we did recruit Public Defender John Lee in order for Mr. Perez to at least seek representation on both of these files. So he has talked to the public defender, and so appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Right, Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Miguel Perez.
And sir, you are Miguel Perez, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This time set for a pretrial on both these matters. And then, Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding? Would you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think an adjournment of the pre-trial would be appropriate so that if Mr. Perez qualifies for the public defender's office, they can get appointed and get discovery.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Perez, we're going to adjourn this matter so we can get, so you can see if the financial application you've made to the public defender's office will be accepted, and you'll have some representation on both of these matters. These are both 93-day misdemeanors, I believe. So the ultimate penalty is the 93 days. So you should have some representation in this matter. So you understand we're going to adjourn to see if that comes through. All right, Mr. Perez?
Yes, sir.
All right. So reset the pretrial for
September 30th at 9:30.
September 30th at 9:30. All right, we've reset this for September 30th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 24-01055 or 24-00289, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, you should be all set, Mr. Perez. Your application will go through, and then we'll see you on that September 30th date. All right, sir?
All right, thank you. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, you're all set. All right, Mr. Lee, you're ready on Shariva Adams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Adams, you can come up here. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02372. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Shariva Adams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Shariva Martika Adams.
And ma'am, you are Shariva Adams, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a plea to, I believe it would be an added count 5 of domestic violence. That is a PAC code of 750.812. It's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. There is a sentencing agreement to no upfront jail and no objection to 7694A status if the defendant is eligible. And the balance of the complaint would be dismissed.
Now the counts 1 through 4.
Yeah.
All right, is that your understanding, Mr. Lee? I'll reiterate that this is a plea to the count 5, which would be the domestic violence. Pursuant to 750.812, it's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. There is an agreement between the attorneys of Killebrew of no upfront jail. And then there will be no objection to 769-4A status if eligible. Upon successful plea and sentencing and sentencing, counts 1 through 4 are dismissed. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Adams, you understand that this is a plea to the 93-day misdemeanor. There is an agreement between the attorneys that you not receive any upfront jail in this matter. If I was going to do something different and provide you with upfront jail, either today or at sentencing, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. And then there's no objection also to 769-4A status if eligible. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of their misdemeanor advice of rights concerning this misdemeanor plea?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Adams, you understand you have the following trial rights, and I'm going to walk you through each one of those trial rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you at trial. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order witnesses to appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, for threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor count. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the domestic assault 93-day misdemeanor count 5, and have 1 through 4 dismissed at sentencing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to August 13th of 2024 at the offense location of 1016 West Edgewood in apartment 2 in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the city of Lansing address in Ingham County on August 13th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. And in this domestic violence count, who is the person who is alleged that has been assaulted?
My stepson,
Okay, and what's his name?
Morris Jr.
Okay, so it's Morris Adams Jr.? All right, is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, and that is your stepson, so you previously lived with Mr. Adams, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So why don't you tell me in count 5, what you did, what you're pleading to is offensively touching Mr. Adams, right?
Yes.
And it was not done in self-defense. So tell me what happened or how you offensively touched Mr. Adams.
I pushed him.
You pushed him. All right. And this was against his wishes. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And this was not done in self-defense.
No.
All right. Anything else for the record or anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Adams, you intentionally pushed Morris, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
nothing further.
Okay, so it wasn't an accident. Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will refer to probation. So, Ms. Adams, you should go down to the 5th floor of this building, 1 floor down, probation department's there, and you should check in and tell them that you've just pled and they're going to do a sentence. They may do it that day, they may do a report, or they may have you come back for an appointment. But they're going to do a report for me, and we'll see what options are available to us at sentence, okay? All right, so we're going to refer to probation, and we'll set the sentencing date for
November 18th.
anything else for the record in 2402-372, Ms. Wilson.
After the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so head down to probation. You have the notice with you, ma'am? All right, and we'll see you on November 18th at 1:30, all right? Thank you. Mr. Lee, we have a Mr. Van Atten. Is that one of your clients? Anthony?
No, Your Honor, I do not represent Mr. Van Atten.
That might be.
I believe Mr. Goodrich said that would be either Miss Wicks or one of his.
All right.
He's on Zoom right now.
All right. So, Mr. Goodrich, did you want to meet with Mr. Van Atten before we place that on the record? Oh, he's not. That was,
I think he had the Zoom set up for the meeting I
correct.
had
I
with
think
Ms.
you're
Adams.
right. All right. There's also Mr. Drum.
I would like a
Brandon
minute
Drum.
to, if I could speak with Mr. Drum, that would be great, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Lee, you can go back to room 1, and Mr. Drum, I'm going to place you in room 1 with your public defender. All right, sir?
All righty.
So you should get a prompt to go to room 1, Mr. Drum. Miss Howell, you can unmute. Miss Howell, you're not represented on this file today, is that correct?
I guess not.
Do you have conflict counsel on another file, ma'am?
Yes.
And who is that?
Hold on, let me make for sure.
It's David Carter.
So is that Mr.
David
Carter on the other?
Yeah, David Carter.
Okay.
Did you put him?
Hello?
This?
All right, Miss Howell, I'm going to have you talk to the public defender in the matter. Just stand by, okay?
Okay.
Because you might be getting conflict counsel on this file also.
Okay.
Right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02287. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Alicia Mattia. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Mattia, who is appearing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Alicia Mattia, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness in this matter is not present. I attempted to call him on Friday. The phone number I have is for a neighbor. She gave me a phone number that ended up being a phone number for Miss Matea's daughter, who is a juvenile. So obviously I did not contact that individual. The only address I have for the complaining witness in this matter is Miss Matea's last known address. It appears there was a CPS referral on this matter, as the complaining witness in this matter is also under 18. I have not received those records yet. I don't know if there's more contact information in those records. Ultimately, I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
All right, but you've had no contact with the complaining.
That's correct.
That's correct. All right, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Goodrich.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move to have this matter dismissed. If Ms. Wilson is able to get in contact with the victim, she certainly would have the ability to refile charges at a later date if that were to happen.
All right. All right, so the court will, based on the defendant's request, dismiss. I will dismiss without prejudice. Ms. Mattia, what that means is the people could reissue if they choose to, based on recontact by the complaining victim. But at this time, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. How long would that be like available for them to reissue?
That would be up to the prosecutor's office. Okay.
Typically, it's up to 6 years.
Right. Yeah. There's a statute of limitations of up to 6 years. As you know, as the case gets older, it becomes more problematic. But that's up to the prosecutor's office to reissue based on the probable cause that becomes forward. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02287, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Now from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Mattia, you're all set on this misdemeanor file. You may have some other family court files ongoing, but your case is dismissed today in regards to this file, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
I was wondering, am I going to be seen today?
You are, Mr. Van Atten. Your attorney is in the breakout room, so we'll go on the record on that matter as soon as he gets out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Lee, did we lose Mr. Drum?
I think we did, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so Mr. Lee, first, are you ready to go on? Did you want to meet with Mr. Van Atten, or are you ready to go on the record with him?
That's a Mr. Goodrich case.
Oh, is that a Mr. Goodrich
Yeah.
case?
Yeah.
All right, so,
I'll figure something out on that.
all right, if you want to meet with Mr. Van Atten,
Yeah.
all right,
I'll get on in just a minute here.
all right,
If
all right.
Mr. Lee wants to meet with
Mr.
Mr.
Howell.
Agueros.
or Agueros?
Yeah, I think he's been
Agueros should,
hanging around for a
Agueros should
while.
be my name in a,
He's no longer, I think he must have exited.
No, he's in Luke's name. Oh, all right. So Mr. Lee, if you go back to room 1, I'm gonna put Mr. Calvin Agueros in with you. And he
Okay.
should be on, he'll come up as Luke Goodrich, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. There we go. Twenty-four 01795. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Michaela Porter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Porter, who is standing to my right.
Ma'am, you are Michaela Porter, is that correct?
I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a request for a final pretrial.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor, we still need to discuss plea negotiations and such going forward.
All right. So we'll set for final pretrial on
September 30th.
yes, that sounds right. September 30th at what time?
At 8 p.m.
So that'll be at 8:30, right?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may she appear over Zoom for that?
Yeah, any objection?
No
All right.
objection.
So we'll set for final pretrial on September 30th at 8:30. And
Retrial October 21st at 8 a.m.
do you want to,
I would defer.
I think that's probably unlikely at this point.
all right, let's hold off on the jury trial, on the corresponding jury trial. See what happens at the final pretrial. It's set for September 30th at 8:30 for final true pretrial, and Zoom is okay. All right, anything else? So you'll get notice from my court officer for that September 30th date, all right, ma'am? All right, anything else for the record in 24-01795, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, yeah.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your appearance.
Thank you.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, if you want to just wait.
They're gonna print out.
And you'll get notice from my court officer.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
We'll put drum when we get Mr. Lee. I think,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a license issue. And then Mr. Lee has to meet with Ms. Howe, right?
Yes.
We are able to proceed on Cheyenne Goddard at 10:30.
All right. And you're on that case, Mr. Goodrich? All right.
Oh, no, I haven't really done that.
We're gonna leave that.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02558. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Cheyenne Goddard. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Goddard, who's standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Cheyenne Goddard, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd be requesting a final pretrial and corresponding jury trial.
So that one, we will have it set for final pretrial and corresponding jury trial. Is that correct, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so the final pretrial is set for
September 30th at 8:30 a.m.
September 30th at 8:30. And corresponding jury trial.
October 21st at 8 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll set for final pretrial on September 30th at 8:30. Jury trial set for October 21st at 8 o'clock. Anything else for the record? The jury trial will be live in person. So will be the final pre-trial unless I hear differently from the parties. They'll both be live in-person events. Anything else for the record in 24-02-558? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Now from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Goddard, we'll see you on that September 30th date. Thank you.
Do you wanna wait just 1 minute? I gotta-
Your Honor, Malaya Gonzalez, I have spoken to her on the phone multiple times this morning. She cannot get Zoom to work, and she is apparently up north somewhere at babysitting a niece or something along those lines. I wanted to see if we could just possibly set that for a plea hearing. She intends to accept an offer in that case.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Um,
All right. So we'll waive her appearance and. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02026. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Malaya Gonzalez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson, people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office representing Ms. Gonzalez, who has been unable to appear due to issues with Zoom this morning, so I would waive her appearance.
All right, and is no objection to the waiver of the appearance today? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
And Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today at the pretrial?
I believe we're gonna leave this, or we're going to set this for a plea.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, you're right.
All right, we'll set this for plea
September 30th at 9:30.
September 30th at 9:30. And then Ms. Wilson, did you want to state the offer for the record? Just in case we have somebody new here at that time.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the offer was the charge with no objection to YTA and restitution to Speedway.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor, there may have also been a no upfront jail.
Yes, yeah.
All right. So it is a plea to the charge with a no objection, Killebrew to upfront jail. And then a restitution to Speedway. To Speedway. And what was, I'm sorry, I lied. Was it no objection 769-48?
YTA.
YTA. All right, with that understanding, I have Mr. Goodrich. It's a no objection to plead as charged, no objection to Killebrew. There's a Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail. Restitution is to be made to Speedway, and there's no objection to HYTA. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we will set this for plea on September 30th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 24-02026? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
So Word is going to use my computer at some point to speak with Mr. Lee. I have to speak with, we don't have, there's no offers in it yet, is there?
So, Mr. Van Atten, I'm going to place you in a breakout room, and your public defender should be in there in just a second, all right? Mr. Van Atten, are you still there? You have to unmute. Mr. Van Atten, you'll have to unmute. All right, Luke, I'm gonna put you in room 2,
Okay,
and then I'm gonna put Mr. Van Atten in room 2.
Yeah, because usually if I try to delete something, pops up and says I don't have the ability to. Yeah, that.
Mr. Van, there you go. All right, Mr. Van Atten, we'll call your case. You can unmute. And I'll have to see you. Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-385. That is people of the state of Michigan versus D'Anthony Van Atten. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Van Atten, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are D'Anthony Van Atten, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Van Atten?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a plea to count 1 of the complaint, dismissal of count 2 and count 3 upon successful plea and sentence. And there is a sentencing agreement to no upfront jail.
And there's a kill agreement. So, Mr. Goodrich, I will reiterate that this would be a plea to count 1, which would be, I'm sorry, that would be the attempt. Okay, the attempt RNO, which would be 6 months or $500. Is that right?
Oh,
No,
no,
I
it'd be
think
a
it's-
1 year because a regular RNO is a 2 year, so it would be in half.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. So it'd be all right. So it's charged as the attempt.
Yes, it is.
1 year and or $1,000. Plea to count 1, counts 2 and 3 to dismiss, and there's agreement, a Kilbrew agreement of no upfront jail. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Van Atten, you understand that the penalty for the count 1 is 1 year and or $1,000. There's an agreement between the attorneys that you receive no upfront jail in the matter. If I was not to follow that agreement, sentence you to jail today or at a later time, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. May I inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights on count 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goodrich. Mr. Van Atten, you have the following trial rights, and I'll walk you through each one of those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial and to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the attempt R&O in count 1. Is it your choice to plead guilty to the attempt R&O in count 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention back to August 14th of 2024 at the location of Jones Street, Eureka Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the Jones Street, Eureka Street address in the city of Lansing, Ingham County on August 14th, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you attempt to resist and obstruct an officer from the Lansing Police Department that you knew was marked and was in uniform at the time? Did you attempt to do that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was the officer performing his duty at the time that you attempted to assault, resist, or obstruct his order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell me specifically what you attempted to do?
I got out the car because they said everybody was good to go. And then when they said everybody was good to go, someone said my name, and then the officer looked and went back, and he ran my name, and they screamed my last name, and then I tried to take off running, but I tripped and fell. And
all right. So you knew when you tried to take off that was in violation of staying there for them to complete the investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
Briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Van Atten, after you ran at some point, an officer told you to stop, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you continued to attempt to flee?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made as to count 1. Counts 2 and 3 will be dismissed at sentencing. Will refer to probation. So, Mr. Van Atten, you have 48 hours from today's date. That'll be Wednesday at 4 to go and see 54A District Court probation on the 5th floor of City Hall of Lansing. And they'll have the file waiting for you. And at that time, they're going to do a report, or they'll set an appointment date for you. They'll do a report, and we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. So
All right,
refer to probation, 5th floor by Wednesday. And that would be October 11th. I'm sorry, September 11th. And then the sentencing date is for
November 4th at 1:30.
November 4th at 1:30. So you'll get sent to the notice for sentencing on November 4th at 1:30. And is that Rundle Street address still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So go to probation in the next couple of days, and they'll do a report for me, and we'll see what options are available on November 4th. Anything else for the record in 2402-385, Ms. Wilson?
How does people?
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Van Atten, we'll see you on that November 4th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. So, Mr. Drum, stand by. Your public defender is in a conference room, and we'll put your case on in just a minute. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Lee, you've met with Mr. Aguirre's?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right. Are you Calvin Agueros? Yeah. All right. So are you ready to go on that, Mr. Lee, or did you need to talk to the APA on that?
I'm sending her an email right now to let her know where we stand.
All right. So stand by.
I was still talking to him, but the computer died.
All right.
No questions.
All right. You can probably speak to him afterwards, depending on what they're doing today. Mr. Lee, Mr. Aguero still had some questions. We could put him on an iPad so that he can still talk to you.
Yeah, I wanted to talk before like what's about to happen.
He seems pretty adamant about asking a couple more questions.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right. So my court officer will put you on an iPad, and then we'll put you in the same room with him. All right. All right. So I'm going to put Mr. Lee. You can go back to room 1, and I'll put Mr. Agueros in there, and then we also have a Miss Howell you can meet with after you meet with Mr. Agueros. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
So when I meet with Mr. Garros, I'll just be transferred over.
Yes, you'll get a prompt to go meet with Mr. Lee. You're going to meet with Mr. Lee, but he's going to meet his client before we do that. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lee, if you're ready, let's call Mr. Agueros's case. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2401,499 and 2402,318. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Calvin Agueros. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Calvin Agueros.
And sir, you are Calvin Agueros, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on 2 files. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you,
Or if
Your
you
Honor.
like to defer.
It's my understanding that the defendant is going to plead today to file 2402,318. That is child abuse in the 4th degree. Upon successful plea and sentencing, the entirety of the file 2401,499 would be dismissed.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
then there's the sentencing agreement to no upfront jail.
And there's a Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail.
That's correct.
Right, Mr. Garros, that's a fair statement. This is a plea, this is a guilty plea to the 1 year misdemeanor as 1 year, and probation may be up to 5 years. Is that your understanding, sir?
For the child abuse?
Yes. Okay. There's a agreement that you receive no upfront jail on the matter, and that the other file 2404-01499 is to be dismissed. That's an agreement between the attorneys. If I wasn't to follow that agreement, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights on file 2402-318?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Agueros, you understand you have the right, you have the following jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through each one of those jury trial rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses to appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you're please accepted, you'll give up the claim to plea result of any promises other than what we placed on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also give up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to child abuse in the 4th degree. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to child abuse in the 4th degree?
Yes, sir.
And have you raised your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention back, sir, to June 14th of 2024 at 900 Long Boulevard in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at the city of Lansing address on 900 Long Boulevard on June 14th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
All right, and who is the child involved? Is that a child? You were guardian of that child on that date?
Yes, sir.
And who is that child to you?
That's my son.
Okay. And that son, that child is under the age of 17?
Yes.
All right. And then the allegation is you posed an unreasonable risk of harm or physical injury by offensively touching him, but it was not done for corporeal or discipline purposes. Is that correct?
It was discipline. I spanked him on the back of his leg one time.
All right. And was that more, did that turn into more discipline than you intended it to be based on the slapping? Did that cause physical injury, or was that done, first of all, it was done intentionally, correct? It was not done by accident.
Yes,
and was that done for more than disciplinary services as it ends up?
yes, I hit him harder than I meant to.
Okay, so Mr. Lee, his indication is that he hit him harder than he meant to. And he meant to use it for corporeal punishment, and then it summed up being causing some type of injury or was greater than what you intended at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Wilson.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Agueros, did that leave a mark on the child?
Yes.
And you would agree, or you understand that by entering this plea today, you're giving up the right to assert that that was done within reasonable parental discipline?
Yeah.
I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made in this matter, and I will refer to probation. So Mr. Aguero's probation department is one floor down on the 5th floor. What they're gonna do is either give you an appointment or they're gonna do a sentence report for me at that time. And then we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right, sir? All right, so go down to further probation on the 5th floor and we'll set for sentencing on.
November 4th.
All right, we've set this for sentencing on November 4th at 1:30. You should get a notice from my court officer. Go down and see probation and then be as candid as you possibly can with them. And then we'll see what options are available to us on November 4th. All right, sir?
Absolutely.
Sure.
So with the domestic being dismissed, would the no contact being dropped with Hannah?
It'll be dismissed at sentencing. So on the date of sentencing, it'll be dismissed. And most likely the no contact order will be dismissed on date of sentencing. She may, I don't know who the players are. There'll be some victims or the mother of the victim contacted in relation to the probation, but that won't be dismissed till sentencing. All right, sir? All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
It is, Your Honor. We were hoping that perhaps it could be done a little bit quicker than that, but we certainly understand the court's concerns.
Let's see what probation has to say, because they're going to make a recommendation to me. But we'll keep everything in place until the sentencing date of November 4th. Anything else for the record in 2402318, Ms. Wilson?
Have a good people.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Agueros, I'll see you on that November date. Thank you for your appearance today.
Hey, John, just let you know, I'm gonna go downstairs and talk to Mr. Wirt.
Oh, okay.
Who's
All
in
right.
custody.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then Mr. Lee, I'll put you in with Miss Howell, and you can talk to her. All right, sir?
That sounds great.
Mr.
Thank
Lee,
you, Your Honor.
I don't think we mentioned, she has conflict counsel on her other file. So I don't know if you guys need to conflict off this one as well. But that's basically why we're hoping for you to meet with her to figure that
Right.
out.
I think she has
Okay.
David Carter on another file.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so you can go back to room 1, and Miss Howell, I'm going to put you in room 1.
Okay.
If we can do Mr. Drum first, because I believe he is.
All right, Mr. Drum, you can unmute and we'll call your case.
Alrighty.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24000790. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Drum. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for John Lee and representing Mr. Drum, who is appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are Brandon Drum, is that correct? And sir, you are Brandon Drum?
You connect my phone to, oh, never mind.
Ma'am, I didn't understand any of that. Sir, you are Brandon Drum?
Yes.
Do you have any video, Mr. Drum? That didn't sound like you.
Yes. Hold on.
All right, there you are.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. Drum, you can hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lee did send me confirmation that the dog in this matter is now deceased. The people are moving to dismiss the entirety of the ticket for compliance.
Okay. And is that a fair statement, Mr. That's your understanding, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Drum, it's my understanding that this is going to be dismissed without prejudice. This is for the unlicensed dog, and it's my understanding that the dog Ace is no longer in your possession or deceased. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. With that understanding, we'll dismiss the ticket without prejudice for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record in 24000790? Ms. Wilson.
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Drum, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then Mr. Rock. So we're on the record in docket 201048. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Katrina Sturrock. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for John Lee and representing Ms. Sturrock.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial on, actually, this was not set for, this was set for September 9th for pretrial. It is September 9th. It's not on the.
It's on my list.
It sure is. Thank you.
Yeah.
It sure is. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding? Set for pretrial.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people are moving to dismiss so that we can give Mr. Rock the opportunity to go through diversion. And I did speak with Mr. Lee previously and agreed to waive her presence today in anticipation of this.
And is that a full and accurate statement of Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, the people move to dismiss without prejudice. And I will grant that motion. So we should have a nollie pros because this looks like it was on a misdemeanor complaint.
It should be.
All right. And I will sign it to that effect. Yep.
Interest of justice.
What's your opinion?
Oh, 86334.
Familiar printing sound. You know, we have a problem with, we don't hear that sound and Megan says something like, well, it's all backed up and
Well, we got it fixed now.
so far. Thank you, Megan. All right. I'm in possession of the order of nollie pros or dismissal on 20-01048. The indication was stated on the record that this is for diversion purposes. So compliance purposes, I will sign it to that effect. And indicate the same. All right. Anything else for the record? 20-01048, Ms. Wilson.
Copy the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, we're all set on that file. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00593. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Andrew Wirt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Joe Wilson for People.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for John Lee in this matter and representing Mr. Wirt, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Andrew Wirt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding this is going to be a plea to an amended count 1 of larceny less than $200. That is a PAC code of 750.3565. That's a misdemeanor of 93 days and or 500 or 3 times the value of the property stolen, whichever is greater. There is an agreement to $300 in restitution payable to Padno Iron and Metal Company.
And you've got a pink sheet.
I'm working on it, yep.
All right. Had no iron.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Goodrich, and that's a larceny under 200?
That's correct.
Yeah. Added, we'll make it an added count too.
Okay.
So I'll re-indicate that for the record. This is a plea to an added count 2 of $200 less than $200 larceny pursuant to 750.3565. It's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500 or 3 times the actual value. Restitution is to be made to the Padno Iron and Metal Company for $300. Is there anything else concerning that plea agreement?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. With a successful plea and sentence to count 2, count 1 will be dismissed. Mr. Goodrich may inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights concerning the larceny plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wirt, you understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial and to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you're pleased accepted, you'll give up the claim to plea as a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor count instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the added count 2 of larceny under $200?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring your attention back to November 13th of 2022 at the offense location of 1900 West Willow in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on November 13th, 2022 at 1900 West Willow Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did you take stealing aluminum rims that belong to Padno Iron and Metal Company?
Your Honor, if we may just pause one moment. I just
Sure.
forgot to tell myself.
No, they are.
All right, we may proceed. I just
All
wanted to make sure that he was aware that this could be a probation violation
Okay.
in Eaton County.
Thank you. All right, and so that being the case, and they are aware of that, Did this property belong to Padnos?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you took the property belonging to Padnos, the steel aluminum rims without their permission?
I did.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis of Miss Wilson?
Mr. Wirt, you knew that you didn't have permission to take those,
Yes, I knew I didn't.
and you took them intentionally?
Yes, I did.
All right, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, anything else, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we will refer to, I don't know how this works, because probation has to go see him in Eaton County,
Yeah,
right?
Your Honor, to give the court a little update as to what's going on.
Right.
He is being held until October the 1st. He is going to be having probation violation sentencing by Judge Van Langeveld at that time. He is hoping to be placed back on probation at that time. It is currently undetermined as to what will transpire.
Right, so.
But he will
he's
be
a-
in the Eaton County Jail until then.
Yeah, so at least till, so they'll know, probation will know where to find him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll refer to probation. D is currently lodged in the Eaton County Jail. And then this might be at sentencing, we'll decide to go with one or the other probation, since we don't want to duplicate any type of probationary measures. But this is a crime victims' rights case, so there's $300 restitution that has to be looked into. And the probation department needs to at least contact that victim in regards to the restitution. We will set the sentencing date for
November 4th at 1:30.
November 4th at 1:30. So our probation department should be out to see you in Eaton County, at least by Poly. I don't know what Eaton County does with Polycom. I'm not sure.
I'm not
Still
sure.
to this day, not sure what they do with
Yeah.
Polycom. But if not, the probation will be out to see you at the Eaton County Jail. And we've set this for November 4th at 1:30. Will he still be incarcerated on November 4th?
That is up to
Possibly
Judge,
not.
that's up to Judge Van Langeveld
Right.
at that point.
No,
Possible.
I don't know if I had a warrant for missing court after. my
So that's
arrest.
unknown.
Did I? So just say if I did it, I missed because I was out on a PR bond. If I missed it, because I was incarcerated.
All right, so I'll indicate that it's an unknown whether they'll be in Eaton County or not. But you should get your pre-sentence done while you're in Eaton County, all right?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 23-00593, Ms. Wilson?
I may approach with the pink sheet.
All right, you may. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Anything else on the record in docket 23-00593, Mr. Goodrich?
Your Honor, I was just wondering if the bond status here, I show that it's a $2,000 10% bond. I
And
don't
it was
know.
probably because then there was a fail to appear.
Well, just that. We just want to see what that is.
So there was a failed, what's the bond status?
It is.
It's still 2010%. Yeah. All right, so it's remained the same, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so probation will be out to see you in Eaton County. Anything else for 23-00593, Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wirt, you're all set. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Yeah, I will.
All right. And Ms. Howell is here. Mr. Lee. Let's go and do that. So, Mr. Lee, we'll call your case next with Ms. Howell. So on the record in docket 24-02157, that's people of the state of Michigan versus Ruby Howell. Why do I have a Catherine Howell on that also?
Oh, no.
With a different ticket. I don't know. I just have something stuck in the file for
Is there a next action? Do you know that?
Let's see.
Oh, there's a Catherine Howell, set for tomorrow.
Maybe that's it.
That must be, you must have gotten into the wrong file.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you Catherine Howe for tomorrow. We know where that should be. Yeah. And then this is on docket 2402-157, people of the state of Michigan versus Ruby Howe. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Ms. Wilson?
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ruby Howell.
And ma'am, you are Ruby Howell, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It's my understanding that Ms. Howell has conflict counsel on another case or may have conflict counsel on another case. That's Mr. Carter. So that's my understanding. And then Mr. Lee was able to speak with Ms. Howell. For the record, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would defer to Mr. Lee as to what we're gonna be doing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have alerted the deputy chief at the public defender's office as to the potential of a conflict on this file. And I think we need to have further discussions, the prosecutor and I, in regard to a potential plea solution. So I would ask the court to consider an adjournment on Ms. Howell's behalf.
Yeah, there's a potential for conflict counsel on this file. At least it is on another file, and negotiations are continuing. Do you have any objection to an objection in this matter, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
But I think that's the fairest and safest thing to do in this matter. So we'll reset, I would say 30 days out or so.
Yeah, probably if there's a conflict issue.
So reset for 30 days out.
October 21st.
October 21st at 9 a.m. And that will be, so Ms. Howell, you have conflict counsel on another file. We just want to work through that to make sure that you have the right representation in this file. And so we'll set this out for October 21st at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2402-157, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Howell, we'll see you on that October 21st date. You will get it sent to the Esperanza Court address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Shall we start calling
Works for me. Mr. Lee, is Mr. Seuss store still in Clinton?
I believe so. Let me double check my notes.
So we probably should just reset that one.
All right, let's do Mr. Brown
Yeah.
first. He had a show cause on another file.
Looks like it was a city file.
Okay. All right, Megan, I don't know if anybody's in the hallway.
No,
All
not
right.
for us anyway.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-02015. And then there's a 23-02747. I think we just set it for the same time. Appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people
Miss-
on the 02015 case. The other one is a city file.
All right, the 23-02747 is a city file that we've set for the same time since they both had representation. Mr. Lee, your appearance for the record.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of, I'm sorry, Your Honor, which case is this?
This is for Raekwon Brown.
Oh, appearing on behalf of Raekwon Brown.
All right. This is a time set for a pretrial on people on the statute case and a show cause on the city case. This was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:45. It would appear that Mr. Brown has failed to appear for the pretrial, at least on the city case and at least on statute case, we have representation of the people, and then we moved the city case over for the same time period. I do not see a Mr. Brown in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. There's nobody by that name in the hallway. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed on the people case, on the statute case?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would be requesting an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture. This is an assault of offense, and I don't believe this is Mr. Brown's first failure to appear.
Yeah. I have a previous failed to appear on November 14th, 2023. Mr. Lee, any comment?
No, Your Honor, no comment.
All right. This is 3 counts of assault and battery, so I will issue an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the fail to appear. I will also issue he was noticed on the city case, and that was set for today's date, and notice was sent out see when notice was sent out on September 6th. This is September 9th.
Was he given notice? Because I believe he might have been
Yes.
incarcerated at one point.
Let's see, pretrial. This is a show cause for no payment. So I'm not sure if they received notice on this. I think we put it just so we would have it. So I won't bench warrant on that file. So notice not perfected. And the show cause should be rescheduled. We'll let criminal do that. The required notice was not in the file. I didn't see. The next action is, but it looked like it was sent out Friday, which would not be the September 6, 2024 date issued. That would not be sufficient notice. So I'm not gonna do a bench warrant on that file. That's to be rescheduled, but the bench warrant is filed for docket 22-02015. Anything else for the record on either one of those files, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for the record on those files. And then Mr. Sussdorf is incarcerated. We know
He is
that.
in Clinton County. That's correct.
All right, so we're going to we'll call to the record docket 22-01199 and 22-01200. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Rusty Sussdorf. Appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Rusty Sussdorf.
Based on the representations of counsel, I'm going to make the record, and then you can fill in any blanks. Mr. Sussdorf is currently incarcerated. Which jail?
Clinton County.
Clinton County. And we just received that information. So D will have to be writ out. And then we'll reschedule it for another date. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And we'll reschedule the pretrial for
September 30th at 10.
All right, we reset for September 30th at 10 o'clock. and Mr. Southport will be writ out of the Clinton County Jail. Anything else for the record in 22-01199 or 22-01200? Ms. Wilson.
Half of the people.
Mr. Lee.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have Mr. Dilts. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02339. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Dilts. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Brandon Dilts.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:51. And I do not see Mr. Dilts in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and we've called the hallway. There was nobody in the hallway. Ms. Wilson, it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial conference. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a non-assaultive offense, and it is the defendant's first failure to appear. I think a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold is appropriate.
Mr. Lee.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right, so for the defendant's failed to appear for the pretrial, we'll issue bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 24-02339, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Mr. Lee.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we should be all set for that morning. And then who do I have this afternoon? Yeah, we've got some probation and some sentencings. Mr. Goodrich, are you here for this afternoon?
I will be here this afternoon. I believe Ms. Wicks will be here as well.
All right, Ms. Wicks, and then Mr. Lee, you'll be here by Zoom, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, well, I'll see everybody after lunch. Thank you for your appearance today.
Your Honor, before you,
You
I
got
have a
something?
couple of stipulations for some protective pressures.
Yes. These are, are they both the same? Oh,
No, they're
both-
two different
yeah,
cases,
two.
yeah.
Wendy usually does them, but I can do it.
Oh, okay.
I just wasn't sure, because I was gone for a minute.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I'll see everybody after lunch. Some probation, some arraignments, a little bit of everything.
Sentencings.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. Mr. Goodrich, thanks for covering.
Yeah.
I'll see you this afternoon.
All right, see you then.
Starting to fade from staying up late to watch the Lions.
Yeah, I know. That's everybody. Everybody. I was falling asleep at the end, and then they win in overtime, and I kind of care, and I kind of just want to go to sleep. You know, you gotta get to that. You know.
Make sure we need to be contact.
See, so Mr. Lee, are you ready on Travis Tubbs?
I believe that Ms. Wicks will be handling that matter, Your Honor.
Oh,
I
okay.
think,
All right.
I think that they've got everything covered. I'm sort of here as a backup standby in
Okay.
case. Okay.
So I will go see who's ready then.
All right, Ms. Wilson, go see who's ready, and then if you can make an indication of whether we need everybody in the
Okay.
courtroom or not.